Aici sunt niște scări. Voilà, there's the exit. Voilà. Ok, am întors de unde am venit, what the fuck. Deci trebuia să iau pe aici. Nu aici. Așa, aici era ieșirea. Bun, de acolo am venit. Ok. Aici am cuiat.
And with bottom of the barrel humor at best. Even worse, there's a total of one damn thing of use he does that only he could do. Pretty sure you could have rewritten that to the bandit Zula and cut the man out of the entire damn movie. Overall, Conan the Destroyer was the destroyer of Conan, and it's easy to see why. It's just not Conan. It's a whimsical adventure made to be wholesome family entertainment with dismemberment, but remember, this was before PG-13 existed. The movie isn't absolutely hard, but it's likely to disappoint considering if you're watching it, you're probably a fan of Conan. Coming in at 3 horny virgin sacrifices out of 5. It is entertaining, when the comic relief isn't ruining it. Thank you all for watching, I've been Dr. Shadow, and remember, escort missions. Not even once! Hello, World Wide Web, I'm Dr. Shadow, the internet personality with the best hair, and welcome back to... The Shadow! Now, while the Terminator convinced Hollywood he was an actor who could actually act, he was already in demand before this, due in no small part thanks to the success of Conan the Barbarian. Based more loosely than you might think on the original characters of Robert E. Howard, both Conan the Cimmerian and Cole the Conqueror, and the Marvel Comics adaptations of Conan, Conan the Barbarian starred Arnold Schwarzenegger in the title role, having a grand adventure during the low fantasy Hyborian age. The film almost single-handedly revitalized the fantasy genre in the 80s, giving new life to swords and sorcery. Also, it went through quite a few different versions in pre-production, including one where Conan fights an army of mutants in a post-apocalyptic futuristic setting. So all things considered, they actually stuck closer to the source material than some of them wanted to. Conan the Barbarian still kind of changes some things around, though, in an attempt to make a feature film out of a character best known for short stories and one-off adventures. In Conan the Barbarian, we watch as Conan grows up, learns to fight, and discovers a terrible evil that only he can vanquish. Eventually. He's not exactly the most proactive hero in cinema. So let's take a look at Conan the Barbarian and at least be a little more on the ball when it comes to posting reviews. After a quote from Nietzsche, which annoyed more than a few critics who assumed going in this was going to be tongue-in-cheek dumb fun, we jump right into exposition. Both the narrator going over the basics of who Conan is, and Conan's own father, played by William Smith, explaining to his young son, played by Jorge Sanz, the origin of steel. Seems Krom, the god of the earth, had it stolen away by giants one night. He got pissed off, shook the earth, and the gods of the sky killed the fuck out of the thieves with fire and wind and cast them into the sea.
But in their rage, the gods forgot the secret of steel and left it on the battlefield.
Because this was back when gods weren't perfect, and keeping up with their antics took about as much devotion as understanding the Kamen Rider continuity. Point is, men found it lying there, and finders keepers, they get to keep it. Just pay your respects to Krom once in a while. That's enough exposition for now, though, as we shift over to an unassuming morning in Samaria. Things seem peaceful enough, but this is the beginning of a movie, so they are attacked. Ruthlessly, the helpless villagers are slaughtered one by one, including Conan's father. Eventually, all that remains is Conan and his mother, played by Nadiuska. The trio of bad guys, led by none other than James Earl Jones, who plays Thulsa Doom, slows things down to let us know this scene is important. Dude, that was my mother! I only had one! After the marauders are done killing the women, pillaging the weapons, burning the men, and raping the huts, the children are rounded up. Not to go with the marauders, they go to the south while Conan and the other tykes head up north.
His was a tale of sorrow.
It's not like kids back then had it easy in general. Conan's in a line complaining like, man, my family was slaughtered. And the other guys are like, so what, bitch? My family was killed in front of me and eaten. I paid to be a slave. I used to be a fucking chamber pot. Of course, if you want to go by original Conan mythos, he never was a slave. And what exactly is Conan doing in his time as a slave? Pushing a big fucking wheel. This would be the Wheel of Pain. And I'm not sure if it has a purpose beyond causing Conan to morph into Arnold Schwarzenegger, buff and powerful. This is because evidently, like Colt the Conqueror, instead of Conan the Barbarian, he's going to spend his early years in gladiatorial combat. At the very least, this gives us our first vocalizations from the man. Schwarzenegger struggled. Not very effective.
Lord.
They bothered to tell him he was in a fight to the death before starting the match, but Conan quickly figures out that it's in his best interest to kill the ever-loving fuck out of this guy. This, of course, results in his victory, and his continued use in gladiatorial combat. As it turns out, killing people is right up his alley, and even as a slave, such victories bring with them many rewards.
He was taken to the east, a great prize, where the war masters would teach him the deepest secrets.
If at any point it ever looks like you might be losing, quickly point straight at your foe and declare them a Nazi. They also teach him to read and write as well as fucking. All things considered, for being a slave, he's got it pretty damn good. Now, he even gets to sit in on generals' meetings and gets to give his official first lines in response to one of their questions.
Conan, what is best in life? Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of your women.
I like movies. And after so long living the life of a slave in a penthouse suite, Go, you're free. Someone sets him free. Because otherwise this movie wouldn't be happening. Conan is free because that's just how his life went at this point. This is a theme that kind of continues throughout the movie. Motivations take a backseat to happenstance. On that note, while running his free ass for life from a pack of dogs, Conan trips across a tomb with a handy-dandy sword in it. A few skinned dogs later, and he happens across a hut where this happens.
There's warmth and fire. Do you not wish to warm yourself by my fire?
Hey, just walking down the street, minding my own business, being offered shelter and sex by a woman that I've never seen before. Just, normal everyday stuff. This mysterious woman, played by Cassandra Gava, seems to have the mistaken idea that Conan is a prophecy-driven character and starts going on about how he was meant to come there and rid the land of the snakes. This jogs Conan's memory about the symbol held by the marauders who killed his family, but she doesn't have all the answers. Yet. Okay. Hot babe needs me to fuck the visions out of her. downside here. Perhaps after she tells him that he will find what he seeks in Zamora, the dick becomes just too much and she starts going feral on his ass. Oh my, she's a witch! Damn, why did we have to make sweet love down by the fire? My one weakness. With that, the witch is killed. Kinda. She keeps screaming and their flaming spirit-ass tears through the hut before flying the fuck out of there. Oh well, no reason to not spend the rest of the night in the hut. Conan needs his beauty sleep after all. However, it seems that all this time there had been a man chained right outside.
And Subutai, thief, and archer.
Also a level 3 tailor. Just not really a focus, I just tripped a few threads one day and ding! Subutai, played by Jerry Lopez, was locked up here to feed some wolves, so Conan frees him, and they band together for adventure. This brings them to Zamora, where they see the sights that civilization has to offer. Elephants, and street food of questionable nutritional value. But as they question everyone they meet about the snake symbol Conan is looking for, nobody knows anything, except one lone shopkeeper.
The only snakes I know of are those of Set, and those cursed towers. They have spread to every city.
So how long exactly has Conan been walking around asking about snakes while under the shadow of a big fucking tower covered in snakes? Now that they have this amazing lead. Now fuck it, the night is young, let's get drunk and cause a ruckus.
Apfă strudel.
Too big to be a thief.
It all depends on skill points and perk placement. I wonder if Conan can respec out a camel puncher. Either way, forget about any of the motivations he had before. Subutai mentions that the Serpent Tower allegedly is full of all kinds of money, so breaking in to steal that shit would be quite lucrative. Thus they had that way to do just that, running into a woman along the way, Valeria, played by Sandal Bergman.
Thieves, like yourself, come to climb the tower.
You don't even have a rope.
Everyone knows if you climb a tower, you celebrate with bondage play. On that note, she joins the merry band of larcenists climbing the snake tower, ready to break in and rob them fucking blind.
What on earth does smell so bad?
Do you want to live forever?
Given the option, yes, but even if I say no, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'd like to go sometime in the next 5 minutes. There's 2 main floors we see on the inside. First, a temple area where one of the marauders from the opening, the Lenny Killmeister-looking motherfucker Rexor, played by Ben Dickinson, is performing a ritual with many ladies. So the lady of the group volunteers to stay here, while Conan and Subutai check below. Below containing amazing jewels and, oh yeah, a giant fucking snake. So while the people upstairs are distracted by boobage, Conan swipes the gems, is reminded of that thing he's supposed to be following, and accidentally wakes up the giant snake puppet. No bother, just cuts fucking head off. Unfortunately, that does mean the sacrifice doesn't die and just screams a lot, alerting all around her. Not to worry though, Valeria has been hard at work at the tower's temple, playing dress-up. At the very least, she stabs the guard and covers her escape very nicely. Thus, Conan forgets all about that snake symbol thing he saw, cause fuck it, I'm rich, bitch! With that, he gives the greatest jewel of all, the Eye of the Serpent, to Valeria, and fucks the shit out of her. This goes on for a while, but the narrator is here to make sure that there's some kind of conflict for Conan to face.
Success can test one's mettle as surely as the strongest adversary.
Now we get to watch as he struggles valiantly against the threat of drowning in a bowl of soup. Or a bunch of big motherfuckers with weapons could round him and his friends up, unceremoniously dragging them before the king, Osric, played by Max von Sydow. Though it's not exactly for the royal ass-reaming you might be expecting. He's happy to find out that there are people who have been able to infiltrate the snake cult and come out alive. He's not the biggest fan of them, you might say, especially considering their members are known for killing their parents, and his daughter just so happened to have joined up recently.
Seeking for the truth of her soul, as if I could not give it to her.
An angry throw really seemed a lot more intimidating in my head. Throwing mountains of gemstones before them, he offers them a quest. Find the temple and steal his daughter back from the clutches of Thul-sa-Doom. So that's yet another motivation for Conan to get off his ass and avenge his people. But now Valeria figures, screw it, they're rich. They don't need to go off saving people. Let's just be happy together. So he says, fuck it, and leaves before she wakes up. Running into a convenient band of fantasy hippies, he easily gets directions to his destination, and along the way, actually runs into the narrator, a wizard played by Mako.
You summon demons, wizard?
Yes! I strike at you. I would summon a demon more ferocious than all in hell.
Only thing I can think of for that is my fiance's psycho-ass cat, Dobby. I thought that was more of an inside joke, but okay. Somehow laughing at his threats makes Conan and the wizard fast friends, and the adventurer gets the old man to watch over his horse and sword while he goes off to deal with Thulsa Doom, his way, by wandering into a massive group of snake-cult followers.
I'm afraid.
Afraid? To bear yourself? What?
Well, this is a summer special about a hunky guy, and I'm not particularly enthused to get drunk and wake up with a specific creepy guy next to me in bed.
Could we talk over there? Where the others cannot see?
Why? Yes, brother. Of course.
No. Oh, thank fuck, it was just brutal assault. I really need to calm down. Using the priest's robe, Conan easily blends in with the crowd. Except for some reason he's left his Wheel of Pain necklace thing on, which draws questions, but he uses a snake symbol he stole from a tower. Or like a hall pass. Strangely, this actually works for a while. That is, until... That reminds me, I should probably be a little more careful when I sneak into a church for free booze and crackers. Thus Conan is captured, and has the shit profoundly kicked out of him by Thulsa Doom's two goons, Lenny Killmeister and the other recognizable marauder from the opening, Thogrim, played by Sven Ole Thorsen. Thulsa Doom goes over how inconsiderate it was of Conan to break into his place, steal his shit, and do something so heinous as to kill a pet! Slight issue with this angle, though.
You killed my mother. You killed my father. You killed my people. You took my father's sword. Ah!
It's like every time I try to complain about something, like, oh, I'd stay
He killed my father, he killed my...
I'm talking to you, hasn't slept in 3 days. Figures it was back when he was collecting steel weapons, which brings up the riddle of steel.
You know what it is, don't you, boy? Shall I tell you?
Steel will not falter to that which powers the engines of a jet. Or rather, steel is strong, but flesh is stronger, because without the flesh, steel is merely an object. To demonstrate this...
That is strength, boy. That is power.
So, your plan is to wage a war by catapulting women at the enemy? Therefore, Thulsa Doom has more people, so he's stronger. Sorry you wasted your life there, Conan.
Contemplate this on the Tree of Woe.
Well, this isn't so bad. Whoa! The hell was that? Whoa! 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 Conan's fate is arguably kinder. He's merely crucified. After several days, though, who should come over the horizon but our good friend Solutia? It seems that he and Valeria went off looking for Conan after he disappeared, but there's that slight issue of him being on death's door after that crucifixion. No, Mother, there's a wizard here, and he can help ward off the spirits who come for Conan.
They'll try to take him. And if they succeed...
If they succeed, you'll follow.
So I guess necromancy's out of the question then. Not to worry.
He killed my mother, he killed my father. He killed my mother, he killed my father.
Bă, mă duc până jos.
Ok. Hai că te aștept. What's up? Debug log. Ok, ăsta ar putea fi mult interesant. Interpose. Da. Interpose. Ah. The interpose back, ok. Bun, și cum îl accesăm? F1 toggle model menu, ok. Content packs, ok. Ok. Escape. Escape from that. Content packs. Dăm spre Level Selector. Cine știe. Și ca să-l pornim F1. Ok. O să-l pornim F1. Bun. Ia. Parcă mă simt mai bine cu tine, nebunule. Mă mai faci să râd, că m-am săturat de atâta singurătate în pana mea. Buttons.
Worried that night the spirits that come to take Conan away are merely animations, and even Valeria is able to ward them off a bit by thrashing around, and before you know it, Conan's getting better. Now that the whole group is together, it's time to band together as thieves, sneak into the temple, and steal away the king's daughter before anyone knows what's going on. Seems she's not exactly being held in uncomfortable conditions, considering the giant fucking orgy going on, and the green human soup stuff.
So this is paradise.
The fucking or the cannibalism, because these guys aren't joking when they say they eat that booty like groceries. Also, as they sneak closer, Thulsa Doom transforms into a motherfucking snake, because he can do that. Though it also seems this stealth mission is less Metal Gear and more Dishonored, because they just get about halfway to the princess before saying fuck it and going hack and slash for the rest of the mission. Also, the violence was actually toned down quite a bit in post, which did not make longtime fans of the Conan mythos happy, but on the plus side, it did mean that theaters were actually willing to show the movie. However, by the time they reached the princess, played by Valerie Quennison, Thulsa Doom slithers away. Literally. So they make a hasty retreat. And by hasty, I mean killing as many people as possible along the way. Even when Valeria is left way behind and surrounded on all sides, that's no problem. She just kills the ever-loving fuck out of everyone around her, easily catching up with the main group while the bad guys contemplate what just happened.
But you'll all drown in lakes of blood. Now they will know why they are afraid of the dark.
This guy just slaughtered cannibalistic cultists after recovering from demon spirits trying to take his soul away post-crucifixion. You really think that shadows make him jumpy? Thulsa Doom has just the plan to deal with the escaping thieves. Load a snake into his bow? Okay, I've seen some shit in this movie already, but even that did not prepare me for flying death snakes. This kills the shit out of Valeria, meaning that instead of heading straight back to the king with his daughter, they first have to stop by the wizard's place and hold a proper funeral.
Fire won't burn up there. No fire at all.
Well, maybe you should have established that sometime earlier if you actually wanted us to care about it. As it's hardly even shocking when, oh, looky here, the fire burns just as well as if someone had 5 propane tanks in the altar. Of course, this is just another reason for Conan to want Thulsa Doom dead. But how is he ever going to get close to that man again?
He will kill you! He has seen your fires! He will come for me, and when he does, he will kill you!
I'm turns out he'd been sitting in the location of the climax all along. How convenient! This calls for a montage, as Conan and Subutai revamp the ancient site into a death trap, filled to the brim with pointy sticks. Before the enemies storm the gates, Conan still has a little chance to pray to Kron. Seems he doesn't do this much, which might explain why he's so bad at this, praying to a god of the earth by looking upward, and punctuating his wish for revenge with this.
And if you do not listen, then the hell with you.
Or maybe he's onto something and we've been doing this wrong the whole time. God, please, smite the asylum, left-handed tattoo artists, and people who claim copyright on public domain works. Or you can suck a bag of dicks!
I love dicks.
Damn it. Thus the final battle is underway. As it's 2 against dozens, naturally the dozens become incredibly stupid and fall for the same ambush 2 or 3 times in a row just to get the body count rolling. Also, as we are nearing the end of the movie, now's the point when even important recurring characters can die. I guess it works that Conan spent all that time as a thief, considering that scream was stolen and used in the Sega Genesis version of Golden Axe. Not the original arcade version of Golden Axe, though. That one stole its screams from First Blood. That's it for Thorgrim, but there's still Lemmy Killmeister to worry about, and he's kicking the shit out of Conan. But then...
Do you want to live forever?
Not considering your appearance kind of proves that death is just optional. It really doesn't seem as important. This gives Conan the upper hand, beating the fuck out of Lemmy, breaking his sword, and killing him. Of course, it turns out his sword was Conan's father's sword, so it must not have been forged all that well. But the point is, he has it. Oh, and Thulsa Doom decides, fuck it, time to cut his losses, flee, and kill the princess while he's at it. As much as I think I'm ready for it, I just can't get over solid snake archery. What the fuck does he do to those things? Shove a Viagra in their mouths? While Thulsa Doom retreats, it's kinda obvious where he's going, so now that the princess is on Conan's side, they team up, so that Conan may sneak up to the temple and right up to Thulsa Doom, where the man has a shocking revelation.
You have come to me, my
What the
son.
jeez.
Who now is your father if it's not me?
Damn it, James, you can stop being everyone's father. It's James Earl Jones all the way down.
What will your world be without me?
Well, this was originally supposed to be the start of a 5-part movie series, so there's that. Somehow, Conan isn't swayed by Thulsa Doom's paternal suggestions and cuts the motherfucker's head clean off with what remains of his real father's sword. Thus, happy ending! Thulsa Doom's head rolls downstairs with floppy-ass hair and makes a thud-thud-thud sound. This is enough to get the rest of the snake cult to decide, you know what? Fuck this cult shit. They can keep their free torch. I'm out. And Conan carries the princess away in his arms. Though it's not like they're an item. I guess she's just tired of walking. Not saying that he wouldn't hit that, just... Princesses tend to be kind of high maintenance, so... tap it and decap it. Anyway, that was Conan the Barbarian. And it is quite an experience. Aimless at times, but an experience. I do understand that the Conan character was from a series of short stories, and in those, what he did generally was on a whim. He's a barbarian, and he lives his life as such, going wherever the wind takes him. But that did make for some honestly strange moments in the film. Conan's life is set up...
Level of the shot. Okay. 188.
I know you don't want to be disturbed, except if it's Mr. Shadow, and it's Mr. Shadow on the line.
Hello, Zorg. And hello, Robot Lab. I'm Dr. Shadow, the entire personality of the best hair. And while I do love the harsh lock, sometimes it's a good idea every once in a while to come up for some air. So let's take a short break from all that and take a look at the classic from 1997 or from 1975, depending on how you look at it, The Fifth Element.
52, așa frate.
The Fifth Element is a mix of science fiction and mysticism with a
188.
style of fantastical technology presented in as dirty and mundane a way as you can. Possibly both because it came out in the late 90s, and the fact that Luke began writing this back when he was still in high school at like 16 years old, which could explain a few of the themes. As the basic synopsis is...
Upon me to occupy my mind, showing that he was moving back up to the Tonga elevator, and though he never responded to any of our attempts at contacting him, he was clearly alive. How? It's impossible, yet it happened. Once we let him into the station, he simply locked it down and fell over dead on the ground. Before Robert could continue, the technician walked into the office. When you examine him, be careful not to damage the EPM suit. It's highly... This is hardly the time, Henry, Robert commanded, glaring at him. Well, I'm just saying that it's a $1 billion project. Why don't you go get the equipment for our doctor here? Robert demanded, getting more agitated by the minute. Look, Captain, if you would just let me go into the airlock, I could take all the necessary precautions. Absolutely not. Do you think headquarters would have sent down the damn CDC if they thought we could handle it? For Christ's sake, Henry, know your limits. Our technician left and quickly returned with a modified hazmat suit and some surgical equipment. We moved on towards Section B. Unlike the hallways we had traversed before, these were large and well. We arrived at the airlock. We found Abby standing before the glass door, staring longingly at Mike's lifeless body. Abby, Robert said. I know, it's time. She responded as she turned around. Oh, you're the doctor? She asked, her eyes red and voice trembling. I nodded. You'll figure out what did this to him, won't you? I just don't understand. Abby, why don't you come with me while they work? Robert said. You don't need to see this. As Robert led her back to the central dome, Henry started unpacking the cart of medical supplies, including isolation drapes and the hazmat suit. All right, I'm going to guide you through this. There's no need to mess up a perfectly good EPM suit, Henry said. What does EPM mean anyway? I asked. Exoskeletal pressure modulator, Henry said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. James and Jennifer helped me seal the hazmat suit while Henry hung up the isolation drapes. I stepped through, while Jennifer entered a code behind me to open the airlock. My ears popped as they sealed the door shut behind me. Both the drapes and the airlock were transparent, meaning they could observe anything I did, in addition to a mounted camera on my shoulder for closer view, displayed on a monitor on the other side. Just by the control panel, Mike lay dead, wearing a massive black suit, looking more like a robotic piece of machinery than diver's gear. There were several cables and hooks hanging from the ceiling, and just turning him over was a massive task as he weighed about half a ton wearing the suit. His face was pale as sheet, with thin streaks of blood pouring from every available orifice. The eyes were red from conjunctival bleeding, completely ridding them from any white. I'm ready, I said. All right, the first thing you need to do is to simply inspect the suit. Look for any breaches in the integrity. It shouldn't be possible, but in the unlikely event that something broke through, a shelf-healing mesh should be formed. It looks kind of gray.
I looked over every inch of his suit, from top to bottom.
There, his feet,
Henry yelled. Sure enough, there was a patch of gray that stood out from the black matte metal covering the rest of him.
Something actually perforated his suit,
Henry said, surprised. I got closer, giving them a better view on the camera.
Clearly the puncture wasn't what killed him, though,
he added. I had to agree with that assessment. Any breach not sealed off within a nanosecond would immediately crush him, but it seemed that the mesh had replaced whatever penetrated the suit at the same time it was removed.
Next, attach the cables to his shoulder. They are color-coded, so it should be easy enough.
I attached the cables as instructed, which caused the suit to light up and start unhinging. The front of the suit opened, revealing Mike's completely mangled body. "What the hell?" James asked. "That's not pressure damage," Henry responded. Mike's ribs were broken outwards, though they had not torn apart his flesh. His chest seemed to have expanded to almost twice its normal size. I continued to remove the helmet. Pulling it off his head, I looked into his eyes for a brief moment, baffled as to what could have caused his internal organs to essentially explode. For the briefest of moments, it seemed his eyes moved to meet my gaze. "Did you see that?" I asked. No one said a word. We all just stared at Mike, waiting for something to happen. His eyes moved again, darting in random directions as he started gargling, violently contracting his chest.
"Oh God, he's still alive?"
Jennifer asked. He opened his mouth, letting thousands of massive worms pour out onto the floor. They immediately crawled in every direction, up the walls onto the ceiling, desperately searching for a way out. Mike continued to spew out more slimy worms. His mouth tore open in the process, leaving his jaw completely unhinged before falling off. Once all the worms seemed to have exited his corpse, his chest tore open, revealing even larger worms. It quickly became apparent that all of his organs had been consumed, replaced with the disgusting creatures. Some of them started clinging to my suit as I swatted at them in a panic. None of the others knew what to do. They could only stare at me flailing around. As the worms touched each other, their flesh temporarily fused, forming longer versions of themselves, growing in size and then breaking off again. They wrapped around my arms and legs. I begged for someone to help me, but what could they do?
Hang in there.
Henry yelled as he fumbled with the panel for the airlock. Within seconds, a few small taps emerged from the ceiling, spewing what I could only assume was liquid nitrogen. Whatever it was, the worms froze in place, freezing to the point where I could break them off into tiny pieces. It only took a moment, but all the worms had been killed off, and though my suit had apparently protected me from the cold, I collapsed, exhausted and shivering onto the ground.
"Get me the fuck out of here!"
I demanded, knowing fully well that they couldn't do that until I had dealt with the infestation. Robert had just returned in time to see what the commotion was about, and upon seeing what remained of Mike lying torn to pieces on the ground, he stopped in his tracks. After a minute of catching my breath, I got some sense back. With some morbid sense of humor and functioning on autopilot, I turned towards Henry. "Sorry, but this suit isn't going to be salvageable. We're ejecting the whole fucking airlock as soon as I get out of here." Henry turned to Robert, pleading for him to make me reconsider, despite what we all had just witnessed, but Robert took my side. After removing the recording unit from the EPM suit, I packed the entire thing into an easily ejectable container, while making sure that no worms remained on my suit. All I took was a small sample of a frozen worm, packed into a vacuum container. I exited the airlock and handed the sample over to Jennifer. She had prepared the previous parasites brought back by Mike, and I told her to get everything ready so I could determine what we were dealing with. Robert started the procedure of ejecting the airlock's contents, including what remained of Mike and the EPM suit, Henry pouting the whole time. James hadn't moved an inch since the event. He turned sickly pale as if he just realized the severity of the situation. "We have to tell him, Captain," he said quietly after a few minutes. "Tell me what?" I asked while I was getting out of the hazmat suit. Robert took a deep breath, mulling over his options. "You're right. Tell me what?" I repeated. "The real reason why we're stationed down here. Death can be a beautiful thing, beyond all the stigma associated around the event. It's the beginning of a world that starts directly from the end of another. When a whale dies in extreme depths, they sink towards the ocean floor." A game that was about to start, then abruptly shut up. We were on lockdown with no electricity. Why the fuck did I never hear anything?
Busted through the gate, and they found what was...
I had never ran past the stump. Never. The stump had been there for years, at the edge of where I turn around on my runs, right at the point where I knew I would have a hard time getting back without walking. Except for that day. Last spring, around noon on a Saturday. Gentle breeze, high 70s. The sun dipping behind clouds every few minutes. Perfect weather. Something about the daylight had always made me feel insecure. It was the night we were all supposed to be wary of, with its shadows and silence. When the bugs would stop, that alone made her more innocent in my eyes. Similar around the Marianas Trench, and called it the biotwang, Robert said.
I open Backrooms. Wait. Gosh. Bom.
My lords, today we are going to discuss the Birch World. In principle, a Birch World is an artificial construct, a gigastructure if you will. They are a specialized type of shell world built around a supermassive black hole. A world such as this can easily support multitudes of layers. They are intended to be lived upon, or rather inside, and are true marvels of habitat engineering that can house essentially an endless quantity of people. The layers are connected by spires, allowing for transport between the individual layers, or deeper into the sphere. For reference, if we wanted to build one around the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy, it would have to be roughly 1 light-year in radius in order for us to experience 1g, or Earth's gravity. You will wonder then how we came to discover one, dead and decaying. We've excavated it and found records relating to an empire who found themselves living on it, and I shall detail their account for you now. The first expedition. We knew precious little of our ancient past until a few centuries ago. We thought this planet was all there was, an impenetrable barrier beneath us, and another held 1,000 kilometers above our heads by great spires. The rolling stars would trace a path along the sky to mark day and night. But that all changed. A massive asteroid impact shattered our assumptions and punched a hole straight through the upper barrier, showing us the universe outside. Using the closest spire for support, we built a tower in order to reach this breach in our world.
Bără.
Wow, frate.
Ce?
Busy guy.
Tu vorbești, mă, care pleci de $1.000.000 de la calculator de mă frești.
Ben. Stai așa.
Back.
And we took our first faltering steps into the wider galaxy. The ancient starports and dry docks we found on the outer surface changed everything for us. As our first spacecraft traveled outward, we realized
It's showtime!
Welcome to the Has-Been Hotel.
Okay, what the hell is wrong with you? You're way too mellow.
Well, I had some time to kill before the raid, so I figured I'd power level my alchemy a bit by eating some weird plants. And now everything's just great.
Oh my god. I can't believe it! You're the one that insisted we couldn't use the NPCs as bait, and then you go in.
Asna, look, okay? I get it. You had a really bad day. You're stressed out. 7 people died.
12 people!
Not the point. Look, they're dead now. And really, whose fault is that?
Yours!
That's right. No one's. So why don't you lie down, relax, and watch the stars with me?
It's 2 in the afternoon! There are no stars!
Only if you're looking with your eyes.
What the hell does that mean? Okay.
Full of fallen Empire buildings.
Congratulations. You are being rescued. Please do not resist.
We have... These spirits... Entitled Shadow, the internet personality of the best hair, and welcome back to... This movie's not worth the roof. And today we finish our look at the Schwarzenegger Terminator movies with Terminator 3, Rise of Machines. The first of the Terminator films, not to be written or directed by James Cameron. Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines instead was the work of John Brancato, Michael Ferris, and Jonathan Mostow. The same trio responsible for the very average Bruce Willis flick surrogates. Because when you need to follow up your sci-fi blockbuster masterpiece, quality's not important, money's all that matters. Seriously, at James Cameron's request, Schwarzenegger signed on to this movie under the condition he be paid a shit ton of money. Which he was, and that means he returns to the past/present, whatever it is, as the heroic Terminator who must protect John Connor and friends from the evil TX Terminator, who has come to kill them and prevent something. Remember Terminator 1 and 2? It's kind of like that, except without logic. So let's take a look at Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines, and see just how quickly they fuck things up. Right away, as we open to an interior monologue by John Connor, who goes over the events of the previous movies.
They tried to murder me before I was born. When I was 13, they tried again.
Edward Furlong was 13. The character of John Connor in Terminator 2 was supposed to be 9, and all this semantics bullshit could have been avoided anyway if he just used the line, "when I was a kid." This time, John Connor is played by Nick Stahl. The original plan was to get Furlong back, but it said they dropped that idea because of his alleged substance abuse problems at the time. What is Connor doing here? Trying to forget his problems by abusing various substances.
But as hard as I try, I can't erase my dreams. My nightmares.
The nightmares about the future. Something that you've never fucking experienced. It made sense for Kyle Reese. He's been in that shit. He fought the future wars. You have nightmares about your friends turning into silver goo and trying to kill you. You know, something you actually experienced. But he dreams of machine-controlled airships that he's never seen before, hunting down the human race for extinction, and armies upon armies of Terminators. Again, a sight he has never once laid eyes upon himself. Because of his fear of machines, he stays off the grid and avoids human contact as much as possible. Which hardly seems to matter. It looks like the animals hate him too. So let's move on from his sorry ass to the real attraction of this movie. Naked women who emerge from expensive special effects. This would be Kristana Loken, who plays our new Terminator, the TX. Not sure why Skynet decided they like letters better than numbers all of a sudden, but never mind that.
I like this car.
In accordance with the Terminator's need to infiltrate human settlements undetected, she murders the first woman she sees. To be fair, in the series, that's kind of what they've done the whole time. Continuing to slip in completely undetected, she barrel-asses down the road, zipping in and out of traffic while completely ignoring traffic signals. Normal LA stuff. For some fucking reason, though, the police actually pull her over, and she does her best to make a good first impression. I wouldn't have thought she got the idea for instant breast augmentation until watching some killer clowns from outer space. Well, that's great, now I gotta do a top 10 titty balloons video. She doesn't need to seduce him anyway, considering she just kills the man for his gun. After this, let's get a quick-fire introduction of important players. Kate Brewster, played by Claire Danes, her fiancé Scott Peterson, played by Mark Vaniglietti, and Kate's father, Robert Brewster, played by David Andrews. Robert's the only one of importance right now, as he's been working on this little thing called Skynet, and his underling believes it might be able to take care of this nasty computer virus that's been sweeping the nation.
Sir, the Pentagon has proposed that we use our AI to scan the entire infrastructure, search and destroy for any hint of the virus.
I know, Tony, but that's like going after a fly with a bazooka.
Yeah, and that's fucking awesome! Do it! Still, Brewster says it's important to keep humans in charge of something, and they leave the virus to ravage the world. While this is going on, though, Arnold Schwarzenegger teleports in from the future in a scene that can't make up if it wants to be hard to see in order to conceal the man's age, or out there to show off the high-tech special effects. Doesn't matter either way, we cut to John Connor breaking into a vet to steal medicine. Okay, never mind, we're back with Arnie, as he seeks out a bar as a means to acquire some clothing. Oh, don't back out now, Arnold. Rock those high heels. In case you thought the biker look was a bit flamboyant, don't worry. The Terminator's one and only option, which as luck would have it is a perfect fit, is a male stripper. Though he's not interested in rushing his routine, no matter how hunky a guy this is.
Talk to the hand.
Oh, great, now even the hand has no idea what the hell you're talking about. No matter the case, this grants the Terminator some spiffy leather clothes, and surprisingly enough, those pants aren't the easily ripped off variety. The eyewear is ridiculous enough that even a robot built solely to murder people agrees that those are going way too far. Fortunately, the ones he finds in the truck that he steals are much more fitting. Whether or not robots dream of electric knitable fashion will have to wait, though, as the TX is getting some drive-through. Now, the name on file has one R then two R's. The name tag has two R's then one R. That's hardly a computer-perfect match. But fuck it, that's close enough for a Terminator. Or certain algorithms. She doesn't waste any time moving on to a house party and take care of the loud music, as I'm sure we all would love to. Oh. What do you want from me? I'm a crotchety old fart. I see kids die in a movie, I laugh. But what's this? Our string of teenager target practice is interrupted by Kate getting an emergency call to head to the vet at once. This means she finds John, who is still there, having passed out after taking all those pills.
This is the stuff we use to chemically neuter dogs.
Oh, don't worry about that. His character lost his balls ages ago. As we see when she easily dupes this guy, trained from birth to fight and save the human race, stealing his paintball gun, and overpowering him long enough to toss his ass in a cage. Conveniently enough, this means he has nowhere to go as she lets her emergency patients in, and then promptly ignores them to go back and gawk at the junkie in the box.
You're John Connor.
Hey, by the way, all that work he did to have no name, no records, live off the grid so that no one could ever track him down. Well, he never thought to maybe move away from the giant fucking city that he grew up in, and plenty of people there still know him. Brilliant military strategist. Either way, this conversation starts and ends with she knows who John Connor is, but nothing about why he's been badly off the grid since childhood. Now, about it, there is a noise, and this requires investigation. Maybe if I get out quietly, the boss won't ask me to clean it up. We also learned that while records were spotty at best after the war, making the TX not certain if this woman was Kate by looks, she just so happens to have her DNA on file and figures out that she killed the wrong woman that way. This technique also reveals to her, through a bloody bandage, that John Connor is somewhere nearby. This means when she does spot Kate, instead of killing her outright, she merely subdues the woman and demands to know where John Connor is. This doesn't quite work out, though. Because like so many other beings in headlights, she also has no idea how to sidestep. Who was our mysterious reckless motorist? No surprise, none other than the Terminator in the flesh. And somewhat funny-smelling leather.
Captain Brewster.
Well, I guess the confirmation part isn't entirely important. Kidnap all the women! She's bound to be one of them. So he shoves her in the back of the truck, saying he'll let her go if she tells him where John Connor is, then locks her back there just the same while he goes to get him. This is where they reveal that the TX is not your traditional Terminator, nor a purely liquid metal T-1000, but a weird conglomeration of the two, like a Prius with tits. Either way, time freezes during lockpicking, allowing John to escape long before she gets up, running right the fuck out into the other Terminator. No surprise, Schwarzenegger's the good killing machine, throwing John into the truck and telling him to escape while the Terminator fights the Terminator in The Terminator versus the Terminator. Which is not the knockdown drag-out fight I would imagine. This chaos and gunfire naturally results in the LAPD showing up, but they don't seem to mind the mysterious woman poking around their vehicles. Which she does something to, because future technology is magic. While this is going on, Kate calls the police. Pay no attention to this, the movie pretends like it never happened anyway. The thing that was important was all that poking the TX did around the emergency response vehicles. Yeah, that doesn't work unless those were already self-driving cars. I know technically the official explanation is nanomachines, but nanomachines couldn't fucking do that. This is like hacking a bicycle. Oh, I'm sorry. Future technology is magic. Also, it turns out she merely stunned Schwarzenegger. Stunned long enough that she could have easily killed him, but fuck it, it's not like this movie's even trying to make sense. Also, in case you think they're doing something like The Terminator, and we'll explain the plot during a chase scene. Stop the car! Nope. At best, we see that John also doesn't have a good grasp on the 2-second rule. The whole reason for this improbable accident was to give us an excuse for John, who got out a great many minutes before the police even arrived, let alone got their vehicles tech-checked, somehow stood still long enough for the TX to find him again in those whole 40 fucking seconds. Thus, the chase is on, which is a chase, I guess. It's big and it's quite the spectacle, don't get me wrong, but it does seem a bit lacking. Not only because there's still plenty of questions regarding the plot this movie is not even trying to address, but also... It took 6 months to edit this chase sequence, and at no point did anyone think to maybe add a little music. This makes the chase, which is already over 5 minutes long, feel even longer, and not in a good way. I remember even the first time I watched this wondering when the damn thing was going to end. I gotta give them this, though. I never thought that I witnessed an Austrian bodybuilder being smashed through a building at high speeds and feel so fucking bored. One more good note, they did use real vehicles and practical effects for most of what was going on. You can tell because the big explosive end where Arnold hooks the crane into the sewer in order to make it defy the laws of physics to flip over itself, that shot was done in CGI and boy does it fail to impress. Oh well, point is the chase is finally over, and the Terminator can check how John is doing.
Who signed the crane trauma?
I wouldn't be so quick to make that assumption if I were you, because...
You even remember me? Sarah Connor? Blowing up Cyberdyne? Hasta la vista, baby?
That one was destroyed. It was slowly lowered into a smelting pit. You were there. You watched it. Your mother pressed the button. Maybe stop having nightmares about the future that you don't fucking know about and actually be traumatized by shit that actually happened to you. Not content to simply have Connor act like a fucking idiot, the movie assumes the rest of us are at least as dense, as the Terminator has to rather quickly remove one of his hydrogen fuel cells, as it was damaged during the confrontation. It seems getting rid of it quickly was a good idea.
When ruptured, fuel cells become unstable.
Yeah, it turns out Model 101 Terminators are equipped with 2 goddamn mini nukes to power them, and that would have killed both Kyle and Sarah and the unborn baby in the first movie after the little pipe bomb explosion, and it also would have killed Sarah and John in the second movie after the smelting, but no, they say actually those were T-800s in those movies, and this is a T-850, an upgraded model, but that just tells you how badly they fucked up. You would think at some point during this road trip they'd cover something like the goddamn plot, but nope. Instead, Kate is left in the dark long enough that when they stop for food, she's still kicking and screaming, leaving the gas station attendant to call the police and report a possible kidnapping. See, I told you calling the cops earlier was pointless. Finally, 45 minutes in, they bother starting to explain the basic plot to Kate.
Tell her who I am. John Connor is leader of the worldwide resistance, at last best hope of humankind.
Right. Okay, that's a start. Mind going over the parts that we don't know? I mean, it's not like you have any desire to keep us guessing. We straight up see Kate's fiancé get murdered by the TX before answering the door. Gee, I wonder if it's really her fiancé. The police are looking for Kate, making no mention whatsoever of her calling them about being kidnapped, but do mention the gas station incident, so the TX offers to tag along. John and friends, though, have arrived at his mother's grave, which says she was born in 59, despite basic character facts and math telling us she was born in 65. Well, I guess that's one way to deal with retcon bullshit. Oh, he was just revealing that her grave was actually a massive weapons cache to fight those, why do they need all those guns again? Out of my way! Oh, so the lady that they kept near completely in the dark can undermine all their progress and cause an unnecessary crisis situation, of course. However, threatening a Terminator with a 9mm is like trying to kill a bear with a marshmallow, and it's not until standing around in one spot like idiots they let the police catch up to them that she has a chance to slip away. Okay, now this giant box of guns looks like it'll come in handy, especially since the police waste no time calling in about how they found Kate safe and sound in the cemetery.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Backseat drivers, am I right? Never mind that for a bit, though. We've got to have our handy-dandy psychiatrist show up to calm Kate down. And as luck would have it, it's still Dr. Silverman, played by Earl Bone, who seems to be suffering from traumas of his own.
You find yourself imagining things and saying things. Take years to get over it.
Yeah, it's kind of like when something you know and love is brought before you, and slowly and methodically torn apart and destroyed over 100 minutes. John and the Terminator have to escape, though. No problem, just walk out, shoot at them a bunch, and get a new car. Oh, and they also finally bring up the plot on why Kate must be saved, too.
What makes that so goddamn important? Through her, you make contact with remnants of the U.S. military and learn how to fight Skynet.
Yeah, but for some fucking reason, none of the previous Terminators thought she was important at all, and Kyle didn't even bring up how important she was to you. Because...
she's your wife.
Massively important player in the Resistance, wife of the most important player in the Resistance, never fucking brought up before now because... fucking not important in the slightest. What is how they intend to stop the TX from killing her. Rocket launcher, that does work pretty well on enemies that still haven't learned how to sidestep. Considering her options are to get in the car or be fucking killed, Kate finally joins the heroes willingly to escape the TX. Because not only does she have legs like Robert Patrick, but she's got motherfucking chainsaw hands! Oh, well, that's nothing a convenient truck can't fix, allowing them to easily slip away.
We need a new vehicle.
Are you sure? I mean, it seems so fitting watching you guys drive around in a hearse. No need to keep it, though. In short order, they find a campsite with equipment, food, a goddamn RV, and not a soul around them for miles for no apparent reason. Oh well, this gives them time to finally explain why the hell the TX was killing all those seemingly unimportant people.
This Terminatrix, how many others does she have on her hit list?
22. Anderson Elizabeth, Anderson William, Ferreira Jose.
It seems John Connor had generals of general importance, and she has killed quite a fucking lot of them already. I'm not exactly sure why, because it seems to have done fuck all to change the future. The real terror is that Kate's father is also on the list of targets. With this and fuck all evidence, John figures out that he has to be the one who created Skynet, which means the TX would likely want to keep him alive, but fuck making sense. The important thing is that Judgment Day happens to be today, and the Terminator isn't programmed to follow John Connor's orders this time, no matter what he tries.
You cannot self-terminate.
No, you can't. I can do whatever the hell I want. I'm a human being. I'm not some goddamn robot.
Cybernetic organism.
Whatever.
Mind my pronouns, shitlord. Here we learn he's actually programmed to take orders from Kate. Never mind all those scenes earlier where she was telling him to do this or that and he completely fucking ignored it. That's not the point. Because they find it oh so weird this Terminator would listen to her but not to John, the question comes up as to exactly why that is. The story goes they couldn't program him to obey past John because present John was fucking dead. This particular Terminator was captured by the Resistance after a very successful assassination mission.
I killed you.
I knew there was a reason he was my favorite character in this movie. So they push onward as per Kate's orders to save her father from the TX and stop Judgment Day. Thing is, not only has the mysterious computer virus spread absolutely everywhere, but all his higher-ups are breathing down his neck to set Skynet loose and squash the bug already. While at the same time, the TX is casually strolling through undetected. Yeah, I know she can mimic shit, but still, I think she'd set off a metal detector or two. On the plus side, she finds the room with the original model Terminators, the T1 series. Johnny 5 is alive, and he's pissed! To be fair to the TX's master plan of killing Brewster, she does wait for him to press that little Y key and give Skynet free reign before she tries to kill him. Well, if your giant fucking killer robot with big fucking guns can just waltz right into your top secret military facility, I guess that explains how the TX got in undetected. Who needs fucking security around your national security? So they're too late to stop him, but it's not too late to make even less sense.
Skynet, the virus is infected. Skynet.
Skynet is the virus. It's the reason everything's falling apart.
Fucking how? Skynet's been out and about for about 2 minutes. The fucking virus has been ravaging things all movie. This line made a lot more sense in the version of this script where the TX actually uploaded the virus in the first place and didn't just use the internet to look up her fucking targets.
Skynet has become self-aware. In 1 hour, it will initiate a massive nuclear attack on its enemy.
What enemy?
Us!
It wasn't supposed to be until humans got fidgety and tried to pull the plug. Also, it was supposed to take a lot longer before Skynet became self-aware, but hey, that's only according to the fucking Terminator franchise. So Daddy's dying pretty fast, but slow enough to tell them that Skynet is located in a secret base with a secret code-based lock, so that they get his secret envelope from the secret safe to open the secret door. Then boom goes the dynamite and he's dead as shit. With codes in hand, they move to escape while the Terminator does battle the TX. It's entertaining enough, but the points where she actually utilizes her specific TX powers happen a bit less frequently than you'd think. I guess if she utilized all her powers, this movie would be over far too quickly, but I missed the part where her options screen came up and the difficulty selected was professional games journalist. After actually utilizing her skill set, though, she handily takes out the Terminator. Make that takes over the Terminator. Wait, I'm not surprised this at all later. In any case, our hero's escape route leads right through a handy-dandy particle accelerator, which John activates, giving them the perfect means to escape. Oh, fucking hindsight is plot relevant to the Terminator franchise. Watch Skynet send one back made of aluminum next time. So while her makeup is completely ruined, Kate and John make it to the airstrip.
There's my father's plane! I trained on it!
And conveniently enough, not only was she a childhood friend, a daughter of the general, she's going to be a general in the resistance herself, and was a vet, but she also happens to have a pilot's license. I wonder if the fast food employee was a tech operator at one point. Of course the Terminator shows up, and John's a fucking idiot, walking towards him when he's yelling for them to get away as soon as possible. Seems the nanomachines have taken him over, but his CPU is intact, and he knows he's not in control. John, however, pleads for him to return to normal.
You know what you have to do. You know my destiny.
Not to be technical, John. He was originally programmed to kill you. And he did. As your destiny, kiddo. Here, though, the Terminator deals with this hacking to revert back to the other hack that the Resistance gave him by turning himself off and back on again. This means when our heroes reach the secret bunker, obviously tailed by the TX, he can show up to save them in the nick of time. I'm back. Back again. Arnie's back. Tell a friend. With him there to cover for them, they can infiltrate the secret bunker and destroy Skynet once and for all. They also have an idiot the Terminator hold the door for them because having the codes means nothing when the mechanism to keep it open fails. This puts our heroic Terminator just where he needs to be to utilize that conveniently established second power core and take out the TX.
You are terminated.
Let's hope to fuck they can actually take out Skynet, because it looks like they're going to be trapped down there and starved to death now. But what's this? Skynet isn't here! Kate's father didn't lead them to the secret location where they can save the world, but a deluxe bomb shelter. So, shitty ending! The world is fucking destroyed anyway. They didn't even come close to saving it, and the TX killed most of her targets anyway. Though it looks like along with our hero's efforts all movie, that changed fuck all as well.
It was software. In cyberspace. There was no system core.
Excuse me, but wasn't the whole point of the time travel in the first movie banking on this little detail?
By this elaborate scheme with the Terminator.
It had no choice. Their defense grid was smashed. We'd won.
You there?
But fuck it all, Skynet and software, as long as some asshole out there is walking around with a Tamagotchi, we won't have to be safe from the machine. Thus our story comes to a close with one last fuck you. You know how the future is not set, there's no fate but what we make? Well, fuck all that. The future has been written, you have a predetermined destiny, and nothing you do matters. The end. God fucking damn it. Well, that was Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines, and you might enjoy it, as long as you have no knowledge or respect for the first two movies in the franchise. Because sweet hell, this movie does not. Yes, the second movie wrapped things up pretty well, and it's likely they'd have to retcon some things to make a third movie, as the second film retconned a tad from the first, but dear God, what the hell were they thinking? I can offer a better continuation my damn self. Remember how at the end of Terminator 2 they said it was so important to destroy every last trace of future tech to prevent Judgment Day? Ever stop to wonder where the Terminator's arm went? Well, that was caught in a huge cog earlier and ripped off. That didn't get smelted. It remained there, and could have been a means to continue the technological progression towards self-aware machines, but nope. Magical computer virus that came from nowhere. Even that is up for debate, as I did mention in the other version of the script, the virus did come from the future via the TX. Here, it's not explicitly stated where it came from, but that means it is open enough that it could have still come from the TX. It still makes no damn sense how we went from a superconducting and room temperature neural net processor capable of being self-aware to, oh gee, this thing got into my Pentium 4, looks like the end of the world, guys. The best part of this movie is the spectacle, as there is a lot of major action sequences throwing all sorts of shit around the screen, and it can be entertaining for what it is. However, I really couldn't give two shits about the cast of characters. The plot gets detailed so late in the production, I'm left wondering why I should care for most of it, and at times I was rooting for the TX because I could at least identify with wanting to see all these assholes on screen die. At the end of the day, Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines is a big-budget, big-action cash grab, with next to no relation to the style or concepts presented in the previous Terminator movies. Maybe you could enjoy it for mindless destruction, but even that gets tedious, and the whole package comes... Hello, World Wide Web. I'm Dr. Shadow, the internet personality with the best hair. And I know a lot of people out there are really concerned about the future right now, but don't worry. I'm still going to continue doing my show, continuing to review fantasy worlds and the proper escapism they provide. On that note, today's movie is Dread, the second movie based on the Judge Dredd comic book franchise. You remember the one about the dystopian future with a cursed Earth and megacities suffering from random crime and riots, so the authoritarian regime creates the most extreme police state possible with street judges who act as patrol officer, judge, jury, and executioner, all rolled into one.
Ah, s-a făcut liniște în sfârșit. S-a făcut liniște în sfârșit.
Ce era prea tare că e la minim, nici n-am cum să-l dau mai jos.
E la minim? A, atunci... Da. Se aude destul de tare și la minim. Ce joc e ăsta? Că îmi sună cunoscută muzica.
Hogwarts Legacy.
Cum?
Hogwarts Legacy.
Ah, Hogwarts Legacy, da, bă, da. Am jucat și eu azi, un pic. Am toate mount-urile. Muzica e genială din jocul ăsta.
De unde știi că ai toate mount-urile?
Pur și simplu știu.
Când l-ai jucat tu azi pe ăsta?
L-am jucat. Azi, în timpul zilei. Că am vrut să mă duc în niște locații. Tocmai am găsit un joc nou. Ia să vedem ăsta cum e. Că Escape from Backrooms e prea complicat pentru mine. Până ajung la nivelul respectiv trebuie să treci până alte nivele. Și e nasol. Tași.
not intentional.
Așa. 3 giga. Unde ce-am făcut?
Mamă, l-am mai jucat de un an și acum intrasem puțin. Mai mult de un an. Sau aproape, sau nu știu. Intrasem acum puțin și vreau să ies la main menu și îmi zice, are you sure you want to quit? 466.750 de minute since last save.
Păi joacă, frate, că e mișto.
Îl joc, dar nu mai știu cum. Cred că îmi șterg salvarea și eu de la început.
Păi continuă salvarea. Dacă ai început-o, că pe urmă o ia de la capăt, ce faci?
Da.
Dacă
Păi n-am jucat mult. Mă rog, am jucat vreo 10 ore, apparently. Dar nu cred că e mult 10 ore în chestia asta, că o să joc sute de ore. Și îmi place începutul. Dar chiar nu mai știu cum dracu să joc, așa că mai ales ce attack trebuie la ce shield și nici nu știu cum căcat să pun powers pe bară. Nu mai știu nimica, deci... Cred că șterg și eu de la început, că vreau același moment. Ce house ți-ai ales?
Ce house m-am ales? Ravenclaw.
Stare numai 3 sloturi de salvări?
S-ar putea să da.
De ce dracu?
Nu știu. Probabil că așa ai făcut jocul.
Trebuie să-mi 4 case, măcar să aibă 4 de alea.
Backrooms. Escape backrooms.
Ți-ai făcut personaj feminin sau masculin?
Masculin.
Și cum l-ai numit?
Nu mai știu. Nu mai știu. De
Ori e boschetarul sau ceva gen.
pe acolo. Dar nu chiar așa. I-am pus un nume mai ciudat.
Zice că l-ai jucat azi, nu mai știi numele?
Nu. Așa, main save.
Dar chiar dacă ai jucat mai mult, ai avut ce să faci în main hall de la house?
Nu prea e mare lucru de făcut pe acolo. Mai mult pe afară. Că te cheamă ăștia în quest-uri.
E, brăbă. Beh.
Multiplayer ganja. Așa. Bun. Bun. Așa, frate. Așa, frate, luăm 52. Mamă, dacă merge asta... Mamă, deci dacă ar merge asta, frate... Merge o pulă. Logic, pentru că nu este ultimul update al jocului, de-aia nu merge. Asta. Uite, ăsta-i.
Please scan this QR code to confirm you are not a robot. Repeat. Scan this QR code to confirm you're not a robot. Please scan this QR code to confirm you are not a robot. Repeat. Scan this QR code to confirm you're not a robot.
Asta un pic. GG Games. Skip Backrooms.
Ce a intervenit în joc? Multe chestii sau ceva măcar? Că ești în Ravenclaw?
Nu. N-am primit cine știe ce chestii.
N-ai doar 3, aveam 2 personaje și un plus la new character. Și credeam că erau 3 sloturi, dar văd că am șters unul și acum apar doar 2. Deci probabil poți să ai mai multe.
Backrooms. morții mătii. Mergi mai repede. Așa. 3, 4. De pe IGG îl iau. Că nu era versiunea bună și nu puteam să deschid anumite încăperi. La Backrooms, Escape Backrooms. Așa se numește jocul. Hai bă să moară măta. Escape the Backrooms. 24. 24. Păi asta e 200. A, păi da, aia frate. 2024. 5298. Antea 2024 30 30 ianuarie. Da, și update-ul a fost postat pe 25. Ok. Dangerous, network issue. What the fuck? Hai bă, descarcă-te. Descarcă-te, mâncați-l. Ura. Desktop. Angeles, văd că punem aici. Hai să vedem cum e asta. Dar ce îți faci acolo?
Creating character.
Atât de mult îți iau să faci un caracter? Mamă. Mișto.
wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class.
That was quite something. I am indeed a student. I could very well be able to help you. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class. That was quite something. A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you. That was quite... It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about.
Ce joc e asta, frate? Doamne ferește, ce hărți. Te doare capul, ce hărți are. Ce hărți simple, frate. Nici măcar n-am lucrat la grafică, la nimic. Dangerous fights, așa îi zice. Doamne ferește. O tâmpenie de joc.
It appears we are almost ready to depart. It's a pity we didn't have a bit more time to spend on spellcasting. I presume you've been practicing the spells we worked on.
I have, Professor.
Well, I'm quite sure I've never seen anyone take so quickly to a second-hand wand. You'll be a force to be reckoned with when you get your own.
Thank you, Professor Pig. I appreciate you working with me.
Oh, Eleazar! George, glad my rather cryptic description of our location did not thwart your finding us.
I've apparated to more vaguely defined destinations than this. Though I confess I may have miscalculated slightly on my first try. Gave quite the fright to some theatre goers in the West End.
It's been much too long. When I received your owl, I must say I... Best
Dead
not
City. Asta e
here,
mișto, frate.
Eleazar. Of course. Why don't we speak en route to Hogwarts? We have a start-of-term feast and a sorting ceremony to get to.
Wonderful idea. As long as your young charge here doesn't mind me tagging along.
Not at all, sir.
After you. Ages since I'd been to the castle. Would be good to see the old pile of rocks.
glad I caught you before you left for Scotland. Just barely. And who is your traveling companion? A new student. You?
Yes, sir. I'm starting school as a 5th year.
How extraordinary. It is indeed. None of the faculty has ever heard of anyone being admitted to Hogwarts so late. Nor have I. Of course, as the other 5th years will have been honing their magical skills for 4 years now, the headmaster asked if I could get our new student up to speed a bit before the term begins. Well, you couldn't have asked for a better mentor. Professor Fig is not only an exceptional teacher, he's also a remarkably intuitive and gifted wizard. Mr. Osric is prone to flattery. I dare say it's one of the reasons he's risen so far at the ministry. Have you seen this? I have. Opinions differ as to how great a threat Ranrock really is. Although I've yet to convince my colleagues at the ministry, I believe he is a significant threat. And it was your wife, Eleazar, who alerted me to his activities months ago. Miriam? How? She wrote to me about Ranrock before she died, wondering what the ministry knew about his activities. Before I could respond, I received this. It was the last thing she sent me, Eleazar. It came to me via her owl, but with no correspondence. I can only assume that she had to get rid of it quickly to keep it safe. Presumably from Ranrock. I cannot open it. Whatever magic protects this is powerful indeed. It looks like goblin metal. That symbol.
What's that glow?
I don't see a glow. Nor do I. Merlin's beard. How did you... Wait! We did. Hang on! Are you alright? You're hurt.
Perhaps a bit.
Take this. It's Wiggenweld potion. That stuff will right you in a second.
What happened?
Poor George. I can't believe he... What the hell got into that damn thing? Attacking a carriage mid-air? A typical dragon would never.
Professor? Sir, where are we?
I'm not sure. But that key you discovered was clearly a port key.
Port key?
An item enchanted to bring whoever touches it to a specific place.
I'm feeling better, sir. If you'd like to look around a bit.
I would. But stay close. We've no idea who created this port key. Or why.
Așa. Scenarii alfabil. Ok.
Farther from London than the carriage travelled. We're somewhere in the Scottish Highlands.
Sir, those roads. Do you think...
The portkey was meant to lead us there? I do. This has not been the day either of us expected. But Miriam sent that portkey to George for a reason. And I believe that she, and now George, died in pursuit of whatever it was meant to lead to. If you're sure you're all right and wouldn't mind indulging me, I'd like to have a look around.
Absolutely, sir.
Good. Let's see if we can find a path, however faded it may be. Mind your step.
This seems like a nice city. Overgrown and all that shit.
Where do you suppose your wife got the portkey that brought us here?
A good question. Miriam spent years searching for evidence of a long-forgotten form of ancient magic.
ancient magic.
Yes, a powerful magic wielded by a rare few that seems to have been lost to time. Hogwarts Castle was built by, and is itself a stronghold of that ancient magic. I don't know where she came into possession of the portkey, but I am certain it was to do with that search. Ah, there's the path down below. This way.
But sir, why was your wife searching for evidence of lost magic?
Miriam wanted to understand why such powerful magic disappeared from the wizarding world. Spoke of the good it could do. But magic is no different than any power. What really matters is the one who wields it.
Cum ți-ai făcut înfățișarea la caracter? I-ai pus plete?
Mhm.
Mișto. Eu am lăsat pe al meu destul de random, nu m-am ocupat prea mult de customizare, dar să mă ocup și de asta. Că merge oricând să-l schimbi. Te duci la un frizer de la sau la ceva și te aranjezi acolo, știi? Te duci la un barbershop, un Hogsmeade. Și poți să schimbi oricând înfățișarea. Da, un joc cam static. Un joc cam static. Interesant orașul, dar Undead City, așa îi zice. O să iasă pe 23 aprilie sau nu mai știu când. Nu pe 23 aprilie, pe 23 mai.
It appears to be a enchantment. Someone wanted to block this path. Let's see some of that one work you were practicing. Focus on the center. Excellent! That was a bit rougher than I'd expected.
E prea tare?
Nu, e bine, îmi place să aud jocul ăsta, că ăsta îmi place, e un joc care îmi place. Nu mă deranjează. Poți să joci liniștit.
Your one work's improving with every cast.
Thank you, sir.
Ah, up there. We're close now. It's just ahead.
Da, e.
Steady yourself! Reparo! Almost there.
Why would someone have built this here?
I suspect they valued their privacy. That portkey led us here for a reason. Let's have a look around for anything that seems out of place.
Professor, it's a mural of some kind.
Perhaps our host was a noted seer. Interesting.
Professor, this statue...
This may have been his home.
That enchanted crystallized stone again. But what could it be blocking? What's this? Professor Fig!
How odd. Why would someone have conjured that enchanted stone here?
And how is there a room behind it?
What room? I don't see anything.
There's that glow again, like the glow on the portkey container.
What in Merlin's name? Godric's heart.
are we?
I don't believe it.
Hello?
It can't be. Just a moment. Oh. Welcome to Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Vault number 12, I presume. Precisely. The key. Hmm?
Your wife's portkey.
Oh, yes, of course. This way, then. Stay close. After you. And keep your hands inside the cart if you don't wish to lose them.
How many vaults are there in Gringotts?
Hundreds. In fact, you'll see quite a few on our way to vault number 12. As we speak, we're just beneath the main lobby. The vaults you see now are the newest. Are private entrances to the bank common at Gringotts? They are most uncommon. Only one with great wealth or power, or both, could have arranged for such a service. You'll want to take a breath. A what? That waterfall washes away all enchantments. It's a security measure. Experienced the thief's downfall before, have you? Heard of it? These are the lower vaults that we're passing now.
How deep are we going?
Vault number 12 was commissioned shortly after Gringotts was founded over 4 centuries ago. It resides in the deepest part of the bank. Settle in. We've quite a distance to go. Vault number? Vault 12. Momentous day. On your way.
Professor, your armband to the guard was where it was glowing.
Like the glow you saw on the portkey container?
No, darker. I saw that same glow on the dragon's collar.
Yeah, what was that? We were just wondering about that goblin back there. He watches over the oldest section of the bank. Rare anyone goes there anymore. Here we are. When was the last time this vault was accessed? A goblin has been stationed at my desk for hundreds of years. In that time, no one has visited Vault 12. Yet until today. Thank you for your help.
What do you suppose we should be looking for?
I'm not sure. Sir, I wonder if you might...
The instructions for Vault 12 indicate that I am to grant access to the holder of the key and then close the door.
Wait.
Best of luck.
Professor?
That was certainly unexpected. Let me think. There must be something here. Revelio, perhaps.
Revelio?
Yes, a revealing charm. No time like the present. Let's see what we're missing, shall we? Ready your wand and focus.
There! I saw something.
Move a bit closer and try again.
The door.
Well, that's a start. There's that symbol again. I don't suppose you see a way to...
I do, Professor. That symbol has the same glow as the one I saw in the portkey container.
If what you can see reveals the way forward, then I dare say we are about to discover the secret of this vault. Lead the way. Lumos! This is no ordinary vault. I suspect we will need to earn our way out of here.
What do you mean, earn our way out? Do you think this is some sort of test?
I do. But to what end, I can't say. Stay close. There will be no disapparating if things go poorly. Not out of Gringotts.
Revelio. I see something up ahead.
What is it?
That glow again, but on the floor.
Lumos! What happened?
When I moved towards the glow, it suddenly seemed as if the ground was swirling about.
Are you all right?
Yes, sir, I'm fine.
You seem to have caused the floor to change.
That statue.
What statue?
I see some sort of statue, but only as a reflection in the floor.
There must be something to that reflection you're seeing.
Revelio.
I presume this is what you saw reflected in the floor.
It is. The reflection's still there, but the statue's positions don't match. Wait, When you moved, the reflection turned in the direction of the light.
Perhaps you should cast Lumos.
Lumos.
Well done.
Now the reflection is turning towards me. It does follow the light. Revelio. Lumos.
Lumos maxima.
Seem to be leading me somewhere. Revelio. Lumos. Revelio. Lumos. Lumos. Oh, that's where they're leading me. That glow again. I suppose I'm on my own this time. Lumos.
Da.
Revelio. Lumos. Revelio. Lumos. Revelio. Lumos. Lumos. Revelio. Lumos. Revelio.
Ok.
There you are. How did you... What is this place?
I don't know. So I found this floating above that basin.
That is no mere basin. That is a pensive for viewing memories. I wonder... Follow my lead. All is in place. Forty is willing. Perhaps too well. I wonder if the path we've created may be impossible to follow, it will only be impossible for one who cannot see traces of ancient magic as I can. Your ability to see what others cannot will not be enough, personal. We are entrusting the one who embarks on this path with powerful secrets, with knowledge others will do anything to obtain. Yes, and if we are correct, Charles, the ritual wizard who completes the trials will have proven themselves worthy of that knowledge, and the responsibility that accompanies it. We've done all that we can.
Ah, da? Wow!
That's what you're seeing. The glow that surrounded them.
Yes, sir.
Astonishing.
Can I see magic?
Traces of an ancient magic, to be precise. The magic that Miriam had always believed existed, but could never. Miriam, and perhaps George, died in pursuit of knowledge that has been dormant for centuries. And you, it seems, are the key to understanding why. We were all rather different than it did a moment ago. Someone's coming. Who were they? I don't know. But, sir, you shouldn't be in here. I was right. Ramrock. Seems my reputation precedes me. I was beginning to think no one was ever going to visit Rackham's Vault. And why are you here? No need for that. Just give me whatever it is you found there, and we can let bygones be bygones. Sir, they have the key to the vault. Choose your next words wisely. I only meant that the instructions to Vault 12 were quite clear. Sir, I must insist. I was to grant access only to one with the key, and you didn't have it. I have no patience for traitors. Now, where were we? I'm not giving you anything. Well, perhaps your young friend here will be more helpful. Are you all right?
Fine, sir.
I've never seen so powerful a goblin. He seemed totally unaffected by my magic.
Where are we?
It can't be. It seems those who set up the pensive, the locket, and the path to both wanted someone with your ability to end up here. Come. We have a sorting ceremony to get to.
frate. Băi, și îmi vân la cap. Am mers, frate, să selectez level-ul. Am mers dev mode la jocul ăsta. Asta era tot ce-mi doream.
Oh, good. We haven't missed the sorting ceremony. I'm no expert, but that seems more appropriate. Now, I need to study this locket as soon as I can, but first I must contact the ministry. They need to know what happened to George to be warned of Ranrock. For the moment, I ask that you keep all that's happened this evening between you and me.
Of course, sir.
Thank you. Ready for the sorting ceremony? Phineas, Nigellus, Black. Prepare yourself to meet the headmaster.
Fig, nice of you to join us. The sorting ceremony's over.
There were complications.
Complications?
It seems the goblin problem
Enough! Goblins. I've no time for rumors, Fig, and I'm rapidly losing whatever patience I had left. If you're lucky, we might still be able to get you sorted this evening.
I'll be in touch.
Ah, pe alt. Așa.
Professor Weasley! We've one more to be sorted.
Welcome. You're just in time. Have a seat.
Ah, yes. A bit older than the others, aren't you? You come here with preferences and preconceptions, certain expectations.
I'm looking forward to exploring Hogwarts and the world beyond the castle and grounds.
Indeed. Much can be gleaned by having an adventurous spirit. But your professors have a great deal to teach you as well. I wonder. I detect something in you. A certain sense of. What is it?
A sense of loyalty? I believe myself to be a true friend. I know I value that trait in others.
You do not give up easily, do you? You are undaunted by challenges that lie ahead. And your loyalty to a friend delayed your arrival here this evening. Perhaps you belong in Hufflepuff.
Perhaps you belong in
arrival here this evening. I detect a growing sense of ambition, an eagerness for power. And you've a ready mind, quick to learn. Possess a willingness to forge ahead alone when you must. And your loyalty to a friend delayed your arrival here this evening. Better be Hufflepuff!
Hufflepuff ți-a ales? Bun, și acum rămâne să văd unde era chestia aia. De nici măcar nu trebuie consola
And
asta.
one more thing. Due to the unfortunate injury on the pitch in last spring's final, this year's Quidditch season has been cancelled. Enough! It's not as though I've banned flying altogether, but don't tempt me. You are here to focus on your academic futures. I'm sure you will have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow. I said, I'm sure you all have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow.
Quite an entrance. It's lovely to meet you. I'm
Professor Weasley, would you be so kind as to show our new student to their common room?
I shall see to it, sir. As I was saying, I'm Professor Weasley. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Professor.
As Deputy Headmistress, it is my distinct honor to show you to your common room. Right this way. It's quite uncommon for a student to begin as a fifth year. Might be a bit of work, but I'm sure that's never stopped you before.
It hasn't, Professor.
Now, here we are at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room.
This is the entrance?
Indeed. I will explain what to do, but I hesitate to do it myself as one errant knock leads to being doused in vinegar. Most unpleasant. You must tap the barrel, 2 from the bottom, middle of the second row, in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. Well done. Now go on in and get some sleep. You have a big day ahead of you tomorrow. I shall be back in the morning to collect you for your first class.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
You're welcome. I hope you enjoy your first night at Hogwarts. Sleep well.
Looks like everyone's gone. Better head to the common room.
Revelio. Revelio.
Mai ești acolo?
I swear it wasn't what you think, my cherub. Your eyes deceived you.
Revelio. Lumos.
Vrei să vezi common room-ul de la Hufflepuff?
Ce, casa?
Yeah, the common room.
Aha.
Can I access la ea fără să fii Hufflepuff? Vezi?
Aha. Ai canale în jocul ăsta?
Pe mine mă întreb, tu ai jucat mai mult. Ce drept.
Ar trebui să aibă ceva de genul. Hufflepuff. Da. Vegetați.
Ce-mi plac băncile astea de aici.
Aha.
Dintre camere, de la intrările dintre camere.
Vegetație, chestii.
Ce sta aici, frate?
Ce ți-a ales feminin, ca de obicei?
Aha.
Ți-ai făcut-o pe Hermione?
Nu.
Ah. Dar ce fluenții se mișcă ție față de mine. Mie mi se mișcă ca pixul jocul ăsta.
Cât de mișto poate să arate camera-ul ăsta.
Thank you for not wanting me. He does think himself. But my brother's treacle got a fish pie. Still won't think about me.
Ce-mi plac ghivecile alea de flori peste tot. Mă rog, da.
Ia du-te puțin și afară din cameră. Din zona asta. Dar chiar tu ce ți-ai făcut la private quarters? Adică la crescătoria aia de animale acolo.
Frate, nu înțelegi că am jucat... Mă rog, am jucat vreo 10 ore, dar n-am ajuns acolo.
A, și stai că ți-ai făcut personaj nou.
Da, nici nu.
It's nothing to be ashamed of. Such a beautiful house.
Ce-mi place că poți să mănânci din astea.
I wish I was in a house that could fly. Revedere. Thank you for not biting me. Revelio.
Uite-l pe Hedwig.
Oh, hello. She's awfully regal, isn't she? Is that your elm? I don't know who she is. Likely one of the Hufflepuffs around here. Owls choose their own company anyway. Wait, you're the new 5th year. Quite the dramatic entrance you made. Can't imagine wanting to call attention to yourself, especially since everyone will be watching to see how much you already know. I am a bit concerned. I have a lot of catching up to do. Indeed, 4 years of schoolwork is a bit... being that far behind. I'd feel so... inadequate. Of course, presumably as a hard-working Hufflepuff. You'll prove yourself in no time. I'm hard-working too, as you might suspect. But sometimes I think I should have been a Ravenclaw. I've rather a searing wit. At least people have always told me so. I'm Lenora, by the way. Lenora Everly. Well, mustn't keep you. You've such a lot to do.
Do you really think you should have been in Ravenclaw?
Well, my brothers were. They both work in ministry now. I suppose you could say that wit runs in the family. My aunt was a Gryffindor, though, and I've always had plenty in common with her. Determination, valor, daring. The old sorting hat was spoiled for choice with me.
It was nice meeting you, Lenora.
Of course. Adieu.
Poți să învârți toate globurile astea peste tot.
Ăsta era, frate, nivelul.
Închid ce scrie.
Poți să-l închizi. Ballroom. Așa, ballroom. Asta e ballroom. Ok. Bun. Ballroom party, mă rog. Care spawnează, frate? Mamă. Am eu câțiva americani pe aici prin listă care spawnează.
Tu vorbești de spamare?
Spamez rar. Dar ăștia în fiecare zi sunt cu ceva nou.
Arthur's got you. You don't need to be frightened, little cat.
I can't quite reach.
Come on, you went that way.
Hope they can catch him. Big castle for a student to get lost in, let alone a cat. I'm sure you'll find your way all right. I mean, it can be a bit overwhelming at first. I still get lost sometimes. Welcome to Hufflepuff, by the way. Really glad to have you in our house. I'm Arthur.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Was that your cat?
No, one of the first years, I think. Don't have any pets of my own, unfortunately. My mother doesn't think too highly of them, especially magical ones.
I'm sorry to hear that. I think magical beasts are rather incredible.
Best thing about coming to Hogwarts. Nifflers, glumbumbles, bowtruckles. I thought they were only pictures in books before. Oh, Dad did bring home a puffskein once. Mum was furious. Anyway, I'd better go make sure the first years call that cat. Don't want them to be late on their first day.
Have you ever had a pet, Arthur?
No. My mother's a muggle, and as soon as the puffskein that my dad brought home stuck its tongue up her nose, it went right back to the shop.
Nice meeting you, Arthur. And good luck finding that cat.
Thank you. Try not to get lost in the castle yourself.
Yeah.
Deci nivelul 3 este. Ok.
Revelio.
Dungeon Lords. O să vedem Dungeon Lords Sewer. Dungeon Lords Sewers.
Oh, Uncle, this doesn't sound like you. Something's wrong. Oh, hello there. You're the new Hufflepuff, yes? I'm Adelaide. Pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Is everything all right? Oh, yes. I'm just a bit distracted. Letter from my uncle. So tell me, I've been hearing all sorts of rumors. Were you really nearly gobbled up by a dragon?
How to exit sewers. Dungeon Lords.
That one is true. Not the typical start to a new school. That's dreadful. Well, I'm glad you made it here alive. Well, anyway, I imagine you have lots to do. I hope you have a wonderful first day. Are you sure everything is all right with your uncle? Oh, yes. He travels for work, always busy. I'm sure he just wrote it in a rush. Nothing to worry about. Thank you, Adelaide. Be seeing you. Of course. And good luck.
Is the new Hufflepuff out of bed yet? Professor Weasley's waiting for them outside the common room. Lumos. Good morning. I trust you're ready for your first day at Hogwarts?
I've been dreaming of this day for a long time. Can't believe I'm here.
Well, you are here. Make the most of it. You only have one first day at Hogwarts. Now, in light of your unique situation, joining us as a fifth year, you'll need to catch up with your classmates and not fall behind. Especially as you'll be expected to complete your OWLs at the end of the year.
OWLs?
Yes, your ordinary wizarding level exams. They will determine what type of career you can have when you leave here. After much discussion with the headmaster and the Department of Magical Education at the Ministry, we've devised something extraordinary to ensure your success. Here you are.
What is it?
It is a wizard's field guide. It will help you to keep track of what you are learning, so that you master all that's expected of a fifth year. You would be wise to take full advantage of this exceptionally valuable resource.
Thank you, Professor, but what do you mean it will keep track of what I'm learning?
Perhaps seeing it in action will answer any questions you may have. Walk with me and we shall put it to the test. Rebellion.
Lumos.
Rebellion.
Lumos.
Rebellion. This way. The guide will give you opportunities to practice your magic and educate yourself about wizarding lore. I certainly would have appreciated something like the field guide when
Rebellion.
Using the guide will also train you to be alert to your surroundings. Do keep up.
Lumos.
Simply cast Revelio on it, and we'll see what the guide says.
Revelio.
Aici e mișto, frate. Aici e o zonă mișto, frate, cu ciupercile astea și cu pădurea. Bă, ești nebun la cap cât de mișto poate fi aici cu aia. Să-mi bag picioarele. De mișto poate să fie. Objective achieved.
Clever, isn't it? Keep your eyes open for more opportunities like that, inside and outside of the castle.
Jawbreaker pare genul de joc cu boschetă reală. N-arată rău.
Good timing. Perfect opportunity to show you how to use blue flames to get around a bit quicker. Your field guide contains a map of the castle. Open it up and find Central Hall.
Pare să fie genul ăla de joc parcă inspirat din Manhunt. Și asta nu poate decât să-mi placă. La joculețul ăsta, Jawbreaker, așa-i zicea. Da, mi-l iau. Da, mi-l iau pe ăsta. Ăsta e mișto, frate. Facem și noi teste. Da, așa. Numai 2 giga ocupă.
And here we are. Quite the time saver. These stairs lead directly to Central Hall. You can get almost anywhere in the castle quickly from Central Hall. Always something happening here. It's the heart of the hive, our King's Cross station, so to speak. That should be all for now. You'll be expected to attend both Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts classes today. And I'd like to be sure you get to Hogsmeade as soon as possible to replace the supplies you lost on the way here.
You mentioned Hogsmeade, Professor.
Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village in Britain and is home to an array of shops and pubs. You should be able to find all of the school supplies you require in Hogsmeade. You will also, I imagine, enjoy many a butterbeer there with friends in due course.
What will I learn in Charms class?
Exactly what you might expect. Spells, charms, jinxes, all terribly useful. I think you will enjoy Professor Ronan. He's a clever and entertaining wizard and a talented teacher.
Can you tell me more about the Defense Against the Dark Arts class?
Defense Against the Dark Arts, as the name implies, focuses on how to defend oneself against the evils that lurk beyond these walls. A mastery of Defense Against the Dark Arts is required for those who aspire to become aurors. Fortunately, we are lucky to have the ever-gifted Professor Heckert in charge of our students' education in that regard.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
A lot to absorb on your first day, and you have much to learn. Happily, your professors have agreed to create additional assignments for you outside of class. You'll be up to speed in no time. Judging by your adept use of Revelio earlier, I'd say Professor Fig succeeded in at least showing you the basics.
He did, Professor.
He's been terribly vague as to the events preceding your arrival, specifically about what happened after that awful dragon attack. My suspicion is that there's more to the story than a search for belongings and an extended trip up to the castle.
We did take a bit of a detour on the way here. Ended up exploring some ruins and... I shouldn't say more.
Exploring ruins? Well, I presume Professor Fig has his reasons for keeping the details to himself for now. Speak of the devil, Professor Fig, your ears must have been burning.
Oh?
Yes. You seem to have provided our new fifth year with a solid foundation in the basics of spellcasting.
Ah, I'm afraid I can't take all the credit there, Professor. They've a rare aptitude for magic, it seems.
Well, I'm just glad you both arrived in one piece. Perfectly good boats and carriages to Hogwarts, and you chose to fly in the path of a dragon.
I wouldn't say I chose the dragon's path, Professor. Rather unfortunately, it would seem that it chose us.
Very well. Enough chit-chat. I need to get to class myself. Might I rely on you, Professor Fig, to explain the details of the field guide's map?
Of course.
Thank you. Good luck today. And remember to use your field guide. It will be invaluable to you. And invaluable to me, as I'll be using it to keep up to date on your progress.
Yes, Professor.
Come and find me in my classroom after you've attended both classes today, and I'll explain more about those assignments I mentioned. And we'll see if we can't get you to Hogsmeade for those supplies.
It's good to see you, Professor.
And you. I was hoping our paths would cross today before you immersed yourself in studies. Did I hear you and Professor Weasley talking about exploring ruins?
She caught me off guard. I didn't tell her anything else about our travels here. I will say, I think she suspects we're not being entirely forthcoming.
Yes, well, Professor Weasley is a brilliant and astute witch. It was right to keep the details to yourself for now. We don't know where this path we've embarked upon will lead. It may require a bit more flexibility with your time than she would approve of. And she may feel obliged to share details with the headmaster that would be better left between us.
Understood, Professor.
Good. Now, as capable as you are, I believe the ability you possess obliges you to be well trained. Happily, you have the benefit of an exceptionally skilled team of witches and wizards to guide you. Speaking of guides, and so that I may avoid another not-so-subtle reproof from Professor Weasley, why don't I show you the clever enchantment we included in the field guide's map? Unfold it and have a look.
Pe unde ai ajuns cu progresul? Mai ești,
Still at the beginning.
mai ești abia la beginning.
Where the fuck else would it be?
The map is enchanted to help you find your way.
This will be incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Now, sounds like you've quite a day ahead, what with classes and a trip to Hogsmeade for supplies, including your own wand. You'll enjoy Mr. Ollivander. He's an exceptional craftsman and a good friend. I shall reach out when I have more information about our mysterious locket. For now, focus on your classes and pay attention. More than your owls may hinge on the magic you are able to master within these walls.
Să-ți iei și Ghostwire Tokyo, că e genial. Dacă l-ai prins pe Epic Games când era moca. Lumos maxima.
If it's seeds I want, I'll always go to the
Revelio.
I used to write to my parents every...
What am I missing? Hello, Lenora. What are you looking at? Everyone thinks I'm utterly balmy. Samantha thinks I'm potty. But it's this painting. I never noticed it before. If I know Hogwarts, and I do, an empty frame doesn't appear for no reason. There's something more to this. Have you gained any insights about the painting since you've been studying it? I did discover that casting Lumos has an effect of some kind, but I'm not sure what to do next. Are there other empty paintings like this around the school? Yes, a few. This entire place is somewhat of a riddle, to be honest. If I can work out the riddle of this one, I'll know what to do with all of them. As good a place as any to begin.
If I have the time, I may look. Could be intriguing.
I've been racking my brains long enough. I hope you'll have better luck than I have. Do come and find me if you stumble on something illuminating that solves the mystery.
Lumos. That spot must be a clue. I should look around in case it's nearby.
Revelio.
Lumos.
No one cares about how good you are.
Revelio. Lumos.
This looks like the location from the painting. What could be so special about it? Revelio.
Eu aveam Accio, care era un spell care îngheța respectiva țintă. De fapt îi dădea lethal takedown. Îi dădea lethal takedown și dintr-o singură lovitură puteai să-ți omori adversarul. Accio. O să ți-l dea și ție mai târziu.
Nu asta face Akio. Probabil pentru dificultatea pe care jucai tu.
Probabil. Tu ai Accio deja?
Nu. Trebuie am ajuns la Hogwarts, coaie.
Lumos. Let's get you back to your frame, little moth.
Da, și te-au trimis în Hogsmeade să iei niște resurse pentru ceva, pentru crafting.
I knew there was a connection. I should tell Lenora that I solved the puzzle of that empty frame.
Trebuie să vezi ce mișto o să fie mai încolo când o să-ți dea mount-urile. Că o să ai 3 mount-uri. Și 2 dintre ele sunt zburătoare. Ai 2 dragoni și nu mai știu ce, încă ceva. Dar nu mai aduc aminte ce era. Ceva care mergea pe jos. Tot mount.
Lenora, I solved the mystery of that painting. You did? How? I found the location depicted in the painting, and then I cast Lumos to guide him off back to the frame. All very logical, I suppose. Pity I was so close to solving it. You have a knack for solving riddles. Matty's good at that too. So is Meat, although he does tend to over-explain. Well, I'm glad someone figured it out. The moth! I should have seen that. Lumos. Revelio. Lumos.
Și ce spell-uri ai de damage? Moment.
Frate, de am ajuns la Hogwarts, ce dracu nu înțelegi? N-am decât basic attack.
Ah, basic attack.
Revelio.
Nu știu, când am jucat, i-am făcut speedrun. Ca să ajung până într-un anumit punct. Eu sunt bun la speedrun-uri. Și cu cheat-uri și fără cheat-uri. Tower Unite s-a dus de râpă. Eu am mai băgat trenuri de golf noi. Nimic. N-am mai făcut niciun update la el de când. Știu, doar eu am updatat build-ul atâta. Dar în rest n-au băgat nimic nou. Au făcut doar ăștia competiție cu casele. Care nu e partea care nu e așa interesantă.
Revelio.
Da.
Are you ready for this?
If I say no, can I come back inside?
Best of luck out there, new blood.
Ok. Marfă. Pare să fie genul de joc Manhunt style. Manhunt mi-a plăcut una nebunie, frate. Boschetăreală cu de-asta.
I'm in now. Time to show my worth to the new crew.
Televizor aici. Grafica e destul de bună. Ia uite.
Nice and early. I'll have enough time to do this and be back in the bunker before sundown.
Aici chiar mă duc în oraș.
Can you hear me? I'll stay in contact with you through the radio. You know where to go?
Not really.
Go get Hansel on the 5th floor. That's the GPS navigator members use when leaving the bunker. I can program it from here. I've just activated its ping. Go fish it out.
Get the Hansel GPS navigator. Ce până să învățe mouse-ul așa ciudat. Să ieșim de aici. Ia să vedem ce avem aici. De aici am venit.
Tu știi ușile astea care au niște animale pe lângă ele și după aia au două triunghiuri cu niște numere și numere și animale?
Nu prea știu mare lucru despre, dar...
Am deschis una încercând diferite animale, dar nu era ce credeam eu cu adunat să vină numărul din mijloc. Nu înțeleg ce dracu era. Am deschis doar cu brute force.
The Streets, așa, frate. Mamă, are străzi, bă, băiatule, bă. Exact ce-mi doream eu să văd, frate. Ia uite, străzi. Chapter 1 de setup, să-mi bag picioarele. Ăsta e Manhunt toată ziua. Zici că ești în București de suburbie, să-mi bag picioarele. Holy shit, man. This is fucking awesome. Deci Jawbreaker jocul lunii. El declar deja jocul lunii. Cea mai bună alternativă pentru Manhunt.
So, what's this place I'm looting?
You really didn't pay attention before leaving the bunker, huh? You're going to the new Citadel Police Department. The fortress of a building that's been occupied by some rivals since the great collapse of 2028, when all the fun began. We got word that no one's been in or out of the NCPD in weeks. So you're going to break in and steal all their shit before other crews realize they're gone.
Why would they just abandon territory like that? Where'd they all go?
Who cares? Just leave the place and get back before dark.
Numai de avea și canale, jocul ăsta ar fi fai de capul. Oricum e foarte mișto. Că e ca Manhunt-ul, care mi-a plăcut mie mult de tot. Știi Manhunt-ul, nu?
Nu.
Jocul ăla cenzurat, care a fost banat în câteva țări. Trebuia să faci brutal killings.
Rebellion.
Bă, uite-l pe ăsta. Mamă. Mi-a brațul tăiat. S-a mișcat, să nu s-a părut. There is no place for it. Paradise Club. Hai să vedem. I need to look around for supplies first.
Lewis.
Rebellion.
I'd spend the entire day in Hogsmeade if I could. I can appreciate Hogsmeade all year round, but there's nothing like it up from fresh snow. If it seems
I think I know why the NCPD's been quiet. I just found its crew. Have you heard of the Faceless Gang?
Sort of. We got word that they took over most of Clearwater last year. The rumor is that they have hundreds of members. Shortage of firepower.
I think they've expanded their territory.
I doubt it. There's 3 districts Clearwater. There's no way they've taken that much of the city. Anyways, if you've confirmed the NCPD crew isn't going to be a problem, then get in there and search for supplies. Remember your task, or start looking for a new crew.
Should no compassion. I deserve a location that warrants pride, not one that
Rebellion.
you.
I got a bad fucking feeling about this.
Do you mind where you're stepping? They'll only think it's me.
Hey, I just broke into the new Citadel police station. Are you sure this place is abandoned?
According to the 40th Street gang, we owe them half the supplies you find for the tip, by the way.
Alright. I'll loot the place for anything valuable.
Lumos.
Picked up vision pills. Okay. Anything valuable here?
Revelio.
What happened?
Revelio.
Consertar ăsta nimic.
A map of the police station. I won't be here long enough to read it.
Iar bagi mă sarmale, grasule.
Chiar.
Bă, dar ce pana mea trebuie să caut aici?
Ce?
Nu, mă uitam pe aici că eram într-un district al poliției și trebuie să caut niște loot pe aici în jocul ăsta, în Jailbreaker, și nu găsesc al treilea loot. Uite aici la setările astea nu m-am uitat, da, mă.
Looks like a password. Could be valuable. That's more loot than I expected. Time to get out of here. Damn it! Oh, they took everything. They got me to take all the risk, and then they take off with all the loot. Fucking bastards. Not budging at all. Oh, they must have barricaded me in here.
We've got Levioso!
Professor Hickett!
Perhaps you'd be good enough to blast each other to pieces in your own time. I get new students every year, but I only have one Hebridean black skull. It was a token from the Great Poacher Raid of 1878. No doubt you've heard of it. Now, you may be asking yourself how an old woman like me single-handedly took out the largest poacher ring in eastern Wales and lived to boast about it. Knowledge. To the wise, age matters very little. Today we will review a spell that has saved me from death at the hands of dark wizards more times than I care to remember. Levioso. Levioso. A levitation charm. Levioso! A surprised opponent is a weak opponent. Care to defend yourself, Master Pruitt? No? One thing I've learned as an unspeakable is the value of simplicity, especially in the heat of battle. Now, let's practice what we've just learned, starting with something small. Now, let's try something a little larger. Let us begin with a basic cast.
What the fuck is here?
Oh shit. That camera looks like it still works. This isn't good.
See how the dummy deflected your cast? This time, cast Levioso first, then the basic cast. Remember, a surprised opponent is a weak opponent, as Master Pruitt so artfully helped me demonstrate earlier. Good. Now, well done. Very good. But the best way to practice is by dueling. We'll start with you two. Duelists, take your marks.
Time for a proper Hogwarts welcome.
Now, I want a fair duel, using only Levioso, basic cast, and Protego. You may begin.
I know.
Protego.
Let's just say I look like Lana.
I'm doing a job in life, ain't you? I'm always to practice depth.
Not bad for a beginner. You give as good as you get.
You never should have.
I put you on the spot, and you rose to the challenge. Points to Hufflepuff.
Thank you, Professor Hecat. Glad to have the opportunity to practice.
If what I've seen today is any indication, we can expect great things from you. I demand excellence from my students. They are capable of achieving it, and they must achieve it. A classroom duel is one thing, but battling dark wizards, or as ever more likely, goblins, is a different kettle of grindylows entirely.
Understood, Professor.
So, I'd advise you to keep practicing whenever you can. Perhaps Mr. Sallow will have some ideas for you. Again, well done today. I shall reach out soon with additional assignments. All right. That's enough spectacle for one day. Class is dismissed.
I'd hate to see Professor Hecat in a duel.
If you know the right spells, it's dark wizards that'll fear you, not the other way around.
Rebellion.
Oh, I'm not much for dueling. I prefer to keep things friendly.
You drilled Sebastian. He's strong competition. Well done.
Nice work.
I enjoyed that.
Well, that duel was quite something. Everyone will be talking about it.
It was certainly good practice.
Practice! It felt more like I was dueling an expert. Sebastian Sallow, by the way. Didn't expect a new student to be so deft with a wand. Then again, perhaps this wasn't your first duel.
I've dueled enough. Consider yourself lucky I held back.
Fair enough. You owe me an honest duel when you aren't. You know, you might be a perfect fit for a certain exclusive, unsanctioned dueling organization.
Exclusive and unsanctioned. Count me in.
Excellent. Knew I was right about you. If you want to get the most out of your time at Hogwarts, you're going to need to break the rules now and then. Whether it's joining a secret dueling club or sneaking into the restricted section of the library, you just have to be clever enough not to get caught.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Pleasure chatting with you. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Perhaps somewhere unsanctioned? We'll see if your performance today was sheer luck or actual skill. Look for Luke and Brattleby near the clock tower entrance, if you're interested. Till next time.
Așa.
Lumos.
Personally, I think you're better.
Revelio. Lumos. Revelio. Lumos. Lewis.
Professor Ronan tends to go on a bit. We sometimes have to remind him to finish the lesson.
Some of us don't necessarily want him to get back to the lesson.
Werewolves, where were you? In the Goblin Rebellion of 1752?
And by the end of it, the Minister for Magic was Albert Boot.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, what fun! I won't say my goodbyes. I shall cheer for the boy who says you're telling
I'm not
lies.
telling lies, Peeves. It was Albert Boot.
No, it wasn't. It was Basil Flack.
Oh, fight! It's a bold attack. Was the Minister a boot or the Minister a flack?
Stop it, Peeves. You'll get us in trouble.
In trouble you will be, but you can't repeat the stag. She says it's a boot and he says it's a flack.
Peeves, enough. You'll get us all detention. And you're both wrong anyway. It was Hephaestus Gore.
It wasn't boot and it wasn't flack, but you're all in trouble with Professor Black.
Dude, bărăbă, mă bag și o oră în pat, că m-a amețat la deja de cât am stat la calculator. Fac o pauză scurtă. Da?
Aha.
Hai, catch you later și spor la joacă.
Mhm.